Good late afternoon. Welcome to the regularly scheduled Oxnard City Council meeting. Date is July 21st, 2020. And we'll have the city clerk take the roll, please.
Councilwoman Basua?
Here.
I think someone has an echo. You may want to turn off any background noise. Councilmember Lopez?
Here.
Councilman McDonald?
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal?
Here.
Councilmember Perello will be joining us shortly. Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez?
I'm here.
And Mayor Flynn?
Thank you. And Councilman Perello will be joining us shortly. Did you say, Madam City Clerk?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. I am having kind of problems hearing you a little bit, but can you hear my voice clearly?
We can hear you, but it sounds like it's chopping up a little bit.
Okay. Let me go ahead and read the statement for closed session. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 to confer with its attorneys. The matters being discussed are: number one, City of Oxnard LCP amendment override before the California Coastal Commission and Garcia versus City of Oxnard. The City Council will also recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4 based on existing facts and circumstances to decide whether to initiate litigation in one potential case. And Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Yes, we have a request to speak from Renee Ayu and written communications from Judy Dugan and Wendy Lee. I'll get Ms. Ayu on the phone.
Thank you.
Hi, Renee. It's Michelle. You're live in the council meeting, and you have 3 minutes to address the council on the closed session item. Please begin.
Okay. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Renee Ayu with the Harbor and Beach Community Alliance. We stand with the city to oppose the county's override request at the Coastal Commission. This override is an attempt to nullify the city's jurisdictional authority to have a say in what happens in its coastal zone, and specifically at the harbor. The county has chosen to avoid all other legitimate processes open to it, including the city's specific plan process and the HCI amendment process. But this override is not just about 400 high-end apartments at Fisherman's Wharf. It is about all other development that may be proposed in the future at the harbor. The harbor director has said publicly that the override is about control of development at the harbor. He does not mention collaboration or cooperation with the city. The county wants sovereign say over the harbor. Even this week, the Harbor Department attempted to award a developer an ERN whose project would have required city review. The county's reasons for the override are invalid. We have submitted an outline of these reasons and hope you will take time to consider them. The primary reason to oppose this override is that if the county is successful, it will seriously erode the city's jurisdictional authority and make it vulnerable to ongoing challenges to that authority. We ask that you stand firm on your decision to reject the county's LCPA and oppose this override, and we will stand with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Madam City Clerk, my understanding is that's the only speaker, with the exception there are correspondence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, very well. So the City Council will now recess to closed session, and the regular City Council meeting then will resume thereafter. So thank you very much. Good evening. Welcome to the regularly scheduled Oxnard City Council meeting. The date is July 21st, 2020. The City Council just emerged from closed session, and we'll have the City Attorney make announcements, please. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Flynn. On item C1 of the closed session agenda, the council by unanimous vote has authorized the City Attorney's Office to seek judicial review should the Coastal Commission, in its review of the Oxnard LCP amendment override matter that's pending before it, filed by the Ventura County Harbor Department, should the Coastal Commission decide against the city, then the council has authorized the City Attorney's Office to seek judicial review of that matter. And we are seeking that authorization, or sought that authorization tonight, because the City Council may not meet for several weeks after the Coastal Commission decides the matter. So that is item C1. On item C3, the council, also by unanimous vote, has directed the City Attorney's Office to initiate an action. That action, the defendants, and any other particulars shall, once unsealed, be disclosed to any person upon inquiry, unless to do so would jeopardize the city's ability to effectuate service of process on one or more unserved parties, or that to do so would jeopardize the city's ability to conclude existing settlement negotiations to its advantage. And that's all I have to report tonight.
Thank you very much. Madam City Clerk, could you take the roll, please?
Councilwoman Basua.
Here.
Councilmember Lopez. Councilman McDonald. Oh,
Here.
sorry. Councilman McDonald. Councilmember
Here.
Madrigal.
Here.
Councilmember Perlow, are you on with us? You got to unmute.
I'm sorry. I'm here.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Mayor Flynn.
Thanks.
Present.
Commissioner Andrade.
Here.
Commissioner Vega. Doesn't appear to be with us. The agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall kiosk on Thursday, July 9th. And pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3, each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive $50 pay for convening this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before we stand for a pledge to the nation, I will just ask that we have in our thoughts and prayers the public service of Congressman John Lewis and the nation, and forwarding the conversation. And I'll ask members of the City Council if they have any other special thoughts that they'd like to mention prior to saying the pledge, please. With no other request, please rise. And we'll have Councilwoman Basua lead us in the pledge, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God.
Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Justice for all.
Be seated, please.
Lewis.
Okay. So, I'm sorry. Be seated, please. Okay, now we'll proceed on the agenda. We're on item 2, page 2, and that's item E, public comments on items not on the agenda. At this time, the legislative body will consider public comments for a maximum of 30 minutes. A person may address the legislative body only on matters not appearing on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. Speaker requests shall be submitted as set forth on the first page of this agenda. Based on the number of speaker requests submitted, the presiding officer may impose time limits per speaker. Typically, speakers are limited to 3 minutes, but shorter times established deemed necessary. The legislative body cannot enter into a detailed discussion or take any action on any items presented during public comments at this time. Such items may only be referred to the city manager for administrative action or scheduled on a subsequent agenda for discussion. Persons wishing to speak on public hearing items should do so at the time of the hearing. And we do have a number, let's see here. We do have a number of speakers, and however, it's under, under 10. So we're going to grant each speaker 3 minutes, and we're going to go ahead and start with the very first speaker, and that is Henry Alvarado Sapien, to be followed by Pat Brown, to be followed by Walter Hagedorn, to be followed by Lucy Cartagena, to be followed by Irene Pinkard, to be followed by Greg Runyon, and finally Greg Runyon is the last public comment speaker. So we will have Henry Alvarado Sapien, please.
Hi, Henry. Okay, it doesn't look like it went through.
But what we can do is, we had that problem last week. Why don't we go through all the speakers and we'll try him again. The next speaker is Pat Brown, to be followed by Walter Hagedorn, please.
Hi, Pat. You're live in the council meeting, and you've got 3 minutes to address the council on items not on the agenda. Please begin. Okay, you're going to have to turn your TV down.
I have been. Can I speak? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm delayed here. I have been getting a request from the neighborhood as to find out what's going on with the properties on Oxnard Boulevard on the east side of Oxnard Boulevard that used to be the old used car lot. And I had suggested a number of times in the past that be put into businesses on the ground floor, all new, and some affordable housing above. And I haven't heard anything about it for a long, long time. And I realize that everything is kind of stopped up. But there should be some kind of plan together by now. And so I was wondering if, when you get time to get into it, someone would call me and let me know what's going on. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Walter Hagedorn, to be followed by Lucy Cartagena, please.
Hi, Walter. You're live in the council meeting, and you have 3 minutes to address the council on items not on the agenda. Please begin.
Walter Hagedorn, Chairman, Oxnard Shores Neighborhood Council. Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, I noticed that there is an expenditure on the agenda for the wastewater division to supply a new generator to service the Oxnard Shores neighborhood. And I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the excellent work the wastewater division does for our neighborhood. On behalf of the Neighborhood Council, I would especially like to thank the head of the division and Ray Trevino and his crew for keeping Oxnard Shores safe during the rainy season. I'd also like to congratulate the city on receiving approval from the Coast Commission for the short-term rental ordinance. This was a milestone for the city, and the Oxnard Shores Neighborhood Council looks forward to working with the city on its implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Lucy Cartagena, to be followed by Irene Pinkard.
Hello.
Hi, Lucy. You're live in the council meeting, and you've got 3 minutes to address the council on items on the agenda. Please begin.
Hi. My name is Lucy Cartagena. For over 2 months, since 2 to 3 previous meetings, I have noted Bert Perello and Nguyen deliberately feel they need to comment on my public comments. Although I feel honored that they take the time to need to tag team on the city's behalf, that is not their job or position. I have deliberately baited Nguyen's ego and thin skin to force him to need to respond. Even though you have sometimes over 10 residents commenting, he will always comment on me. It's awesome. Mr. Mayor and council members, you need to control your employees. How are you running for supervisor and oversee our whole county when you let your city manager run rogue? His job is very specific, to take direction of the council, and it is a manager's responsibility to ensure these policies are carried out. Tell me where you directed him to feel the need to personally take on constituents, taxpayers, and members of the community who have every right to voice their opinions. Our employee, who is paid extremely well, needs to get some thick skin if he wants to continue in our city, because this is Oxnard. Your used to, woulda, shoulda, coulda has been shot out from other cities coming into our city and using the time allotted to him to speak on real tangible items, and instead chooses to vomit his life. Because you're a liar, Nguyen. Liar, liar, liar. Selling your snake oil and expecting us, we the people, to not question your legality. Our city is practicing illegal, and that's why I call you all shady. We needed the Supreme Court to have to force you to listen to the people. And Bert, don't come at me telling me that I need to get my facts right. The only fact I need to get right is the fact that I don't sit behind your scheming backdoor discretion. Because the fact is, our city would have the buy-in from anything because we are Oxnard strong. But you guys choose to not be transparent and collective with the community. So you want to come at me? Because I see you all the time. Could you consider to take the time and educate me then? So don't feel all brave with the mic up there because your privilege shows. 2 men needed to put me in place, right? My name is Lucy Cartagena, and I'm running for city council. Bye, Felicia.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Irene Pinker, to be followed by Greg Runyon, please.
Hello?
Hi, Irene. You're live in the council meeting. You have 3 minutes to address the council on items not on the agenda. Please begin.
Very much. Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Irene Pinkert. I'm a resident of Oxnard. And the reason I am calling to speak tonight is because I sent correspondence to the council and the city manager regarding the naming of the La Colonial Boxing Club. And my concern was that I did not understand the procedure that was used to name the La Colonial Boxing Club, that named it Dr. Manny Lopez Boxing Club. I don't know if many of you know the history of the La Colonial Boxing Club, or if you even try to research the history of the boxing club, but the members are the people who started and put a lot of work in to get that off the ground was Mr. Bedford Pinkert and Mr. Forrest Pinkert. And I would like to know what procedure was used, what criteria do you use to name buildings in the city of Oxnard? I did not get an answer from anyone. I've only spoken to one council member who tried to explain it to me, but I would like something formal sent to me telling me what the criteria is, what the process is, or what it was to name the La Colonial Boxing Club or rename it to something other than La Colonial Boxing Club. and what names were given to even be considered for it to be named. I have nothing against Dr. Manuel Lopez, but I think there were other people who worked very hard on that, who created it, who established it, who worked hard there, gave young people a start, and I would like an answer given to me, sent to me, someone to acknowledge that I have made a request. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Mr. City Manager, I'm hoping that the staff can respond to her request and make sure she gets that answer. And we'll have the final speaker on public comments on items not on the agenda, Greg Runyon, and then we'll try Mr. Sapien one last time, please.
Hi, Greg. You're live in the council meeting. You've got 3 minutes to address the council on items not on the agenda. Please begin.
Okay, I appreciate that. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and council members, just want to take a few minutes, hopefully under 3, to talk just about 2 things. One, I think it's very important, and you can hear from some of the callers, and I haven't been able to hear all of them, but the amount of passion that is in our city right now over events going outside our city, but also events in our city. And every time I have spoken to council in the last year, I've always talked about being civil and being just nice. And, you know, as we get into situations where we get more heated, we start to use language that in the moment we think it fits, but you know, we really need to be careful how we say and what we say, because I'm one of these people that, because of my past and because of mistakes that I made, I don't have a hard time admitting I'm wrong. But it's really difficult to admit you're wrong when people attack you in ways that don't foster good dialogue. So I just really hope that we can get to a place with good dialogue, because we have issues of racism, we have issues of mistrust, we have issues of legalities that we all face just as human beings. We have issues in our city, and the amount of distrust and anger that I hear, I just want to challenge all of us that are listening. If we want to change our world, we can't always demand that people live the way we want. We have to leave room for people to live the way they want within the confines of a society that recognizes if we don't learn from history, we're going to repeat it. And now what we need to start to do is start trying to build a world and build a place in Oxnard where all races are welcomed, where all faiths are welcomed, where all genders are welcomed, where all orientations are welcomed, and where all people, whether we agree or disagree, we're treated with respect, and we're treated with kindness, and we're treated with the love that I think we all need to have for each other, that genuine love that says Oxnard is a place where we can really, truly build something great. So I hope we can do that. I know there's going to be a lot of heated discussion, but I hope we all remember that to treat each other with love is our highest goal. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. And that concludes speakers with the exception of Mr. Sapien.
Henry?
Okay. Unfortunately, he won't be called on for the speaker list. And what we'll do now is end the item E, public comments on items not on the agenda. And we'll now go to item F, which is the report of the city manager. And the very first item is under the city manager's department, a list of city manager approved contracts, informational only. And I just want to say that this is one step forward, additional step forward in transparency by city government. Mr. Nguyen, would you like to make comments on this item, item 1?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this is something that I have a practice of doing. I started since I got here, and I try to do this about twice each year to provide publicly a list of the contracts that I approve under my authority. And as you stated, it is a extra step towards transparency because while it's not required, I'm more than happy to do this. So it's item 1 under this section of the agenda. And in the agenda book, it's page 10, I believe. No, I'm sorry. It's page 7. So there's an attachment there with a list. This go around, there are 26 items. So it's published. It's on the website as well as in the agenda packets that you all have. So that's all I have to say about that. If that's okay, now I can move on item 2 with the COVID updates. That's
yes.
Okay, Mr. Mayor? So, because we have a few updates here, we're going to pull up the screen. Okay, so first of all is the street sweeping slash parking ticketing for it. So we had suspended both street sweeping and the resulting parking tickets issued as a result of violating street sweeping parking days. We had suspended that at the height of the pandemic, given that people were for the most part forced to stay at home. Unfortunately, it looks like the numbers continue, the COVID positive and the hospitalization numbers for our community and our county continue to inch back up. While we had intended to resume street sweeping and resume ticketing this week, I have, along with the executive team, made the decision to continue the suspension of street sweeping and ticketing. So, and we'll, at this point, until further notice, we'll see where this pandemic heads in the near future. So we are not going to be ticketing for street parking, and unfortunately, we will also be discontinuing regular street sweeping. We will try our best to do it when it's physically possible. I just want everyone to understand that there's a consequence for this. So street sweeping is something that we're mandated to do to keep the storm drains and everything clean. So when you're not sweeping the streets regularly as you're supposed to, things get into the storm drain system. Now we are making an effort at those catch basins to clean them out more frequently, but I just want people to understand there are consequences to this suspension, but given the pandemic, we believe it's the right thing to continue. So we had an order for here for you to lift that suspension, but I'm not going to ask you to ratify that tonight. We will continue the suspension of street sweeping as well as parking tickets for street sweeping violations. Next is, this is just a reminder that the moratorium on evictions is still in place in California, and in fact, it continues to be in place until the end of September. So we'll wait to hear what the state does as we get close to the end of September. But this is a reminder, there is still a moratorium against evictions in California. Again, until September 30th. Next is also a reminder with regard to our community and the utilities. So as the council approved at the height of the pandemic, we are not charging penalty fees for late utility payments. And we are not shutting off your utilities because you're missing payments, again, due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Also, as a reminder that we don't have counter service for utility payments, but we have the boxes outside, and there are other ways that people can pay, either online, through the phone, or even at 7-Eleven stores where you can make cash payments or by the mail. So, of course, we encourage people to continue to pay their utility bills on time, but of course, if you can't make it due to COVID, we will not be penalizing you, and we will not be shutting off your Oxnard-provided utilities. And one more highlight, there's a group of neighbors who are organizing a citywide neighborhood pride cleanup for Friday, August 7th, Saturday the 9th, and also Saturday the 8th and Sunday the 9th. It's being led by our residents, Marvin Booz and Michael Mercurio. They're advertising the event on Facebook, and you can actually call Mr. Mercurio to plan for neighborhood cleanups wherever you live or work. So, and I'm delighted he's provided his phone number. It's on the screen. I'm going to read it out real quick. It's 702-460-8224. Now, this is a resident-driven event. The city will be supporting them, but I want to be clear, this is a resident-driven event. I don't want to take any credit for this. We will be coming in and providing support, and I'm also going to ask the executive team and the council to volunteer on that weekend as well. So keep your eye open for more information for this Neighborhood Pride weekend, the first full weekend of August, Friday, August 7th, Saturday the 8th, and Sunday the 9th. Again, led by residents Marvin Booz and Michael Mercurio. The phone number to contact the organizers is 702-460-8224. And we are grateful that the residents are, and they've already started the cleanup for many weeks now, but the effort to make this a citywide event is wonderful, and we look forward to providing support. And that concludes my updates this week. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, may I make
Thank
a question?
Councilman Perrello.
Yes. Mr. Nguyen, a couple of points. You mentioned the street sweeping, and because of what is going on the street sweeping and the issue that could be the stuff gets in the storm drain. The city of Oxnard, years ago, residents swept the street in front of their home, swept the curb and gutter. They put it in their own trash can. That might be a practice that some want to start revisiting, because there is an impact if this gets into the storm drain, and it does help beautify our city. One other thing, Mr. Mercurio is using his phone number. For those of you that don't know, there are people that move into the area that because they were on a phone program and the cell phone, the phone that they got had an area code outside of the area. That's why it is not an 805 area code. But he is a resident in the city of Oxnard. He and especially Mr. Booz have done a tremendous amount of work, and this is something to be involved in. I intend to be involved. I hope that other neighborhoods will be involved. This is something that the city of Oxnard is trying to do, resident-driven, neighborhood council-driven, mostly private resident, pushing neighborhood councils, and it's definitely a step in the right direction. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate any additional comments. And with no additional comments, then that concludes the city manager's report. And now we'll start with Council Member Lopez on Council Member Business, please.
Thank you. I don't have very much, but I do look forward to this neighborhood cleanup or the citywide cleanup, and do appreciate our residents coming together and planning for this. And I do hope to see more people out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Perrello.
The issues that are coming up, some of the items on the agenda tonight, there have been concerns, and I get a lot of calls from residents with respect to why doesn't the city cut here? Why doesn't the city cut there? Why doesn't the city cut there? The city of Oxnard in April the manager of the city announced that the top executives were taking $130,000 cut. The city manager gave back $25,000 of his salary. I gave back 25% of my salary in April, starting there, the same as the executive had done. The opportunity for other elected officials to do the same is there. But we have reached out to the employees, and the employees have taken it under advisement. Will they assist? And as the recommendation is, if they could waive the benefits that would increase at the beginning of the fiscal year. That still has not been decided as of tonight. And for those residents that think that the city of Oxnard could run if we just slash all the top people at the city of Oxnard, I'd like to put it to those residents. And specifically, I believe they know who they are because they continually call me. Would you go to a doctor if he didn't have a license on the wall? Would you go to your butcher if he was, you didn't know where he's getting the food product? Would you have the guy build your house if he didn't have a license, didn't have any proof that he knew what he was competent? We hire competent people to run our city, and we hire the best that we can. And at the current time, we have tremendous people working at the top levels of the city. There are a lot of people that disagree. And ladies and gentlemen, that's what elections are about. If you disagree that strongly, saddle up, get in a race, and see if you can change things. Work from within the system. Well, take advice. I had some advice given me tonight. You always have to have an open ear. But the fact that we should slash everybody that's holding this city together, before this virus happened, this city was coming out of the hole that had been dug for decades because of leadership and elected officials that allowed things to happen in this city. I'll get off my soapbox now. I wish the best for everybody here. Stay well and be safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really don't have much to report other than I look forward to the neighborhood cleanup in August and plan on being a participant. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I'm having some technical difficulty and I'm hoping you can hear me right now.
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'll hurry before my computer cuts out on me again. One of the big issues, and Reverend Runyon referred to it, that we in the city and many cities and governments are having is the lack of trust. And we see that people are not even trusting science. And I think it's important to be critical, to ask questions. But I think it's also very important to try to work together for a positive solution. I'm very dismayed that in our country, we're seeing a tremendous surge in the virus. It didn't have to be this way. And there are things we can do to stop the spread, but the people are really being affected initially is our last line of defense. And that is the healthcare workers who are being overwhelmed right now as we speak. I know several people who work in healthcare and they're very concerned. So if we want to have healthcare providers and nurses and doctors and others there for us when we need them, we need to do our part and stop the social gatherings that are unnecessary. Wear a mask. Don't do things that are going to expose you and your family to the virus. I've been very concerned that speaking about what Councilman Perello said, if keeping our city together in the virus, and our city has done a lot to keep our workforce safe and healthy so that they could continue to provide essential services, and that is our first responders as well, trying to keep everybody safe. But the virus is spreading. We all have to take personal responsibility, wear a face covering, be careful, be respectful of your neighbors. Wearing a mask says, I care about my community. It's not anything else. I want to say that I think I want to just speak in remembrance of a friend of mine who died on Sunday of the virus. Jose Ornelas was a councilman in the city of San Joaquin. a younger man who always worked for environmental justice, clean water for his very poor community, and he's gone because of the virus. So it could affect anybody. None of us are immune from it, and we've got to do better. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Busua.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually want to first wish my middle son a happy belated birthday. He celebrated a birthday on the 16th. I want to say happy birthday to him. And I also want to acknowledge, I think for the past few weeks, a lot of us parents that have young children receive notices from the school districts that the kids will not be returning back to the classroom this fall. And there's been a lot of anxiety among us parents as far as what we're going to do, how we're going to deal with teachings. And I know the employers are probably wondering the same thing, because these parents need to help their kids log on to, virtual learning. So I just want to kind of let the parents know that, I understand, the frustrations, the anxiety that's going through. And, hopefully as long as we continue to stay as a community, we will get through this. And I also would like to encourage them to go onto Facebook. There has been a page that has been created. It's called K-12 Resources for Parents for Ventura County. It's a really great page, and parents can kind of, go on there and see what resources are available to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll keep it short. I know the old housing units in La Colonia are being torn down right now. So they are working on Carmelita and currently on Dolores. So construction or tear down is in full effect right now in La Colonia neighborhood. And lastly, I just want to tell everyone here that I started today. I'm a member of the Dean's Advisory Council at Cal Lutheran. It's to not only help the university with this COVID crisis, but also with retention and other diversity issues that are affecting the school. Currently on the board, I'm there with 6 other individuals, one of which is former Congresswoman Lois Capps. There's people that formerly worked at Amgen, people that currently work for the Rams in PR, and for the Hilton Foundation. So it was a great learning experience this morning, and hopefully, this not only helps out the school, but also helps out future students going to Cal Lutheran. So thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, Councilman Madrigal, on that appointment. And I'm sure you're going to add to more solutions in this very trying time. So congratulations to you. I just like to say to my council colleagues and to the staff that the efforts that were highlighted by the city manager, by the 2 men that were pictured, is something that we really have to consider. I think in a longer term sense, that volunteerism is so critical, I think, to the quality of life and the health of the city. And these 2 men, it's just literally taking the bull by the horns and saying, look, we got challenges, we have budget challenges. We're not going to get involved in any kind of, a contentious debate about whether the money's being spent properly. We're just going to go out and we're going to start working, and we're going to actually go out and start doing the work. And I just have so much admiration, not only for these 2 gentlemen, but for many others too, that have been part of the solution. And I just want to say to my council colleagues and to the city manager, other cities have really robust volunteer programs. We have a senior volunteer program that is second to none. It is an amazing program. but we really need to look to expand these volunteer programs. And it does take resources. You can't just have volunteers on behalf of the city. I mean, if it's as small as the two gentlemen and maybe some of their neighbors, it doesn't necessarily require any kind of coordination from the city and everything. They're just out doing the work. But in a larger sense, we really have a lot of people who want to volunteer, but we just seem to have sometimes too many roadblocks. And part of it is hiring someone to oversee volunteers. And I'll just end by saying that whether it's graffiti or whether it's cleaning up a neighborhood or whether it's, exactly what the city manager said during this time period where street sweeping is suspended, and you might have people in the neighborhood say, look, we have debris inside the gutter. We don't want that to go into the storm drains. We're going to go out. We're going to sweep this up. There's just so many opportunities for people to volunteer. And I just hope, Mr. City Manager, members of the council, and to the staff, and speaking to the people of the city of Oxnard, that we can do so many more things, so much more with people wanting to volunteer. And I just think being outdoors, first and foremost, is healthy and it's good, certainly during this virus. And so I would encourage others to get involved, take charge. Your neighborhood is your neighborhood. And the way I got involved in city government was exactly that. Got involved in my neighborhood council. We had a lot of challenges in the Wilson neighborhood. I got involved, and that involvement led to being on the city council. So thank you very much. So now what we'll do is we will go to the information consent agenda, and I do have one item that, or a council member that is requested to speak on one item, and that's Council Member Lopez would like to speak on item J4. Council Member Lopez.
Yes, thank you. I do have a question for Mr. Ramirez or whoever might be available to answer this question regarding the agreement for the rental of mobile restrooms, showers, and laundry facilities for the temporary shelter currently on K Street. So my question is regarding these facilities. Are they only available to those that are staying in the shelter? And if they are not, do we have the capacity to open up the laundry, the showers to others who do not have a place to stay?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director. The showers that are at the Armory are only available for the shelter residents. We do not yet have an operation other than the one stop, which occurs Wednesday mornings at the Rescue Mission, that would be available to anyone not at the shelter. I'm happy to review the possibility of opening it up in a kind of a mobile or traveling scenario in various hotspots throughout the city and get back to council on that review.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it seems, I just wonder, like, where do people go when they are living on the streets? Where do they have access to a clean place to shower? Where, do they have access to do their laundry and that sort of thing? So if it's possible to look into, the capacity of opening up to others who may be able to benefit in this manner, I would, if the council, the rest of my colleagues would agree to it, to look into that possibility.
Thank you. Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have any additional requests for council members to pull items. Councilman Perrello, I usually
Yes,
have an item.
5 and 7, please.
Okay, I know the city manager was going to plan on, I was going to speak on that too. And I know the city manager indicated that there's an update on that. And I'm wondering, we should probably hear from him first on the update before we comment. Mr. City Manager?
Yes, the Public Works Director will give an oral update on item 7 briefly. And just as a reminder, I believe we have public comment as well.
Okay.
Yes, Mayor, council members, Rosemary Gaglione. $400,000 was moved, technically moved from the Rice Avenue paving project to Rose. And really it was just an explanation that moving that money over, which was done through a budget adjustment, still left Rice Avenue whole, and so it resulted in no negative impact. But we thought we would just include that information. It was too late to get it in the staff report.
Thank you very much. Councilman Perillo.
Yes, I wanted to comment on number 5 with respect to the pumps and the impact that has, fellow council members, on the specific neighborhood in Oxnard. The issue of something called king tides during the stormy time of the year when there is rain, and the work that Public Works does with cleaning the drains out to the ocean when there's a tremendous amount of water, the pumps are needed. And I appreciate the activity and the work that the city is doing to make sure that we have this in place. Also, the comment that I wanted on number 7, if people are driving around the city of Oxnard, there's often a feeling that, well, nothing's getting done. I mean, I can tell you that the project on Lantana and Gonzales, there's construction going on there. Right now, coming to the council meeting in front of the old St. John's Hospital, there's construction going there. There was work on C Street the other day, today. And the item number 7, I think it would be beneficial to the residents that don't see this staff report to hear from Public Works and telling them, what are we approving? What areas and what streets will be worked on? Because there is tremendous amount of work going and money being spent for the betterment of the residents of the city. Those are my only comments. I'm grateful this is being done.
Thank you very much. And with no additional comments, I will just add that on item 7, that the repaving of streets is an ongoing process, to say that to the public. And it's important to note that and it's specific to these arterial streets, that normally then, the funding that we get for those arterials like Rose, Rice, Oxnard Boulevard, Vineyard, those larger arterial roads, comes from the federal government through the VCTC. And our representative is Councilman McDonald, and does a great job on VCTC. And so just I do get a lot of both complaints, and I get questions about those arterials. And we do use, again, federal funds in normal cases, obviously, to pave these roads. So I'm happy that we have this agenda item. And again, we're making a lot of progress on city streets, and we have a lot more challenges to go. Now, I do have one speaker on the info consent items, and that is Pat Brown, please.
Hi, Pat. You're live in the council meeting. We're on the info consent agenda, and you have 3 minutes to address the council. Please begin.
Yes, I have concerns on several of the items. Number 2, that is the Sakioka Farms Business Park. I am so glad that that's going to go through, but it's right up against, as it says in the agenda, it's right up against Rice Avenue. Now, Rice Avenue, all the way down to 5th Street and the railroad tracks, is in horrible condition and needs to be resurfaced. And I'm wondering why it can't be. Why are we stopping at Rose? We need to have Rice Avenue resurfaced along with, while the Sakioka Farms property is going to be redeveloped. I can't imagine people wanting to move into that development with the street the way it is right now. So, and I assume that there'll be some money coming specifically for that street anyway, for Rice Avenue, along with the Sakioka development, I would assume. So I'm concerned about that. Number 4, I'm concerned about that because of the temporary facilities for the homeless there and the homeless shelter. And I'm thinking that we need to have somebody to watch that place all the time to make sure that they don't tear the thing up like they did at the ones on at the Plaza Park. So we got to make sure that they stay in good shape and good running order. That's a concern of mine. I think it's great that we're offering them a laundry service because otherwise they get used to being in dirty clothes, and that's not a good thing. Number 6 on the agenda, the natural green landscape maintenance services. I think that's great. I get a lot of complaints from the residents here in Oxnard about all of that dying out and whatnot, and they think that needs to be fixed. So that's good. Number 7 is the arterial street resurfacing. So I think that is really, really good because I get a lot of complaints about that as well. And so those are the ones that I wanted to make comment on. Thank you so much.
And that concludes the speakers on the information consent agenda. What's the pleasure of the council?
Can we report to the mayor the streets that are being repaved on item 7, which I requested? And I'll move the recommended action, but I'd appreciate if we could report to the public the streets where the work is going to be done.
Just on that note, we have a visual I think there's a visual in that report.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Maybe we can have that be brought up.
But I'll move the recommended action.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Mayor and Council, this is Rosemary Gaglione. I can just list the streets from the staff report so everyone can hear. Rice Avenue will be paved between 5th Street and Gonzalez Road. Rose Avenue from East Pleasant Valley Road to East 5th Street, and Saviors Road from Wainimi to Pleasant Valley Road. Also to be done with this will be some work necessary on a 6-inch concrete swale at River Ridge Golf Course, which is required for stormwater control in conjunction with our permit with VRSD.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gaglione.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, the vote, please.
I'm sorry, who seconded?
Oh, did we have a second? I thought we had a second.
Yes, we do.
BNA.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Aye.
Councilmember Perlow.
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua. Gabby? Okay. Councilmember Madrigal?
Aye.
Mayor Flynn?
Aye.
Councilman McDonald?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Andrade?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Okay, it looks like we may have lost her. So that gives us 7-0 for the housing item and 6-0 for the remainder of the info consent agenda. Gabby, did you want to vote on, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Basua?
I apologize. I accidentally hung up instead of pressing the mute button, but yeah, aye.
Okay. 7-0 on everything except for the housing item, J3. That one is 8-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the information consent agenda. We'll now go to public hearings. Item K on page 5 of the agenda. The very first item is the Housing Department. Subject, Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program Grant Application. The recommendation is that the City Council, number 1, conduct a public hearing to review comments from the public relating to the draft Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program application. 2, adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to submit an application for an amount not to exceed $6,950,574 in permanent local housing allocation formula grant funds with no local match required to be issued over the next 5 program years to create affordable housing opportunities, as well as execute a standard agreement, amendments, and modifications with the California Department of Housing and Community Development. Upon award, and for the city manager or designee to submit any related documents necessary to participate in the permanent local housing allocation program. And finally, number 3, authorize an administrative budget adjustment by the chief financial officer upon the award of the grant. And before we start with the presentation from the housing director, we'll have the city clerk provide for affidavit of publication and written communications, if any.
Thank you, Mayor. There was a legal notice for this public hearing published in Vita newspaper on July the 9th, and the city clerk's office has not received any written communication on this item.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ramirez, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director. The staff seeks a public hearing for consideration of submission of an application for funding from the Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program. In 2017, the California voters passed the Building Homes and Jobs Act. That act authorized the creation of a continuous source of funds for the production of affordable housing. It did so by assessing a $75 fee upon recording of real property transaction documents like a grant deed when a house is sold. The funds are collected by the state of California, and then 70% of those funds are passed through to local jurisdictions. So after 3 years, the state of California finally issued a notice of funding availability, and that was issued in February of this year. The grant funds are allocated by formula, and they're not competitive, but in order to receive them, we are required to submit a plan identifying how we propose to use them. They call that an application, and that's what we are proposing today. Under the formula, the city of Oxnard is expected to receive about $1.5 million in the next year. I'm sorry, $1.15 million in the next year, and approximately $7 million over the course of the next 5 years. It's an estimate, but we think that that's close to accurate. We're using the formula that is established by HUD for the Community Development Block Grant. That amount that we receive in grant funds does not require a local match. The City of Oxnard is required to submit a 5-year plan proposing the use of the allocated funds before July 27th of this year. Staff proposes 4 uses of those funds over the course of the next 5 years, including administration, which is limited to 5% of that allocation. The use of significant portion of those funds over the next 2 years for continued operation of the temporary navigation center on K Street. Staff proposes to allocate funding for the development of a new homeless solutions center. And lastly, staff recommends that the balance of the funds and continuing into the future as new allocations come through the program to be used for the development of affordable housing and specifically permanent supportive housing under a Housing First model. On screen identifies the proposed allocation of funds over the course of the next 5 years. Clearly, for the first 2 years of the program, we have a better understanding of how we would use it. Number one, continuing to operate the homeless shelter at the National Guard Armory at K Street. We know that eventually, or we hope that eventually, a new homeless solution center will be built, and we propose to allocate funding to that. Over the long term, we propose to continue to use the funding for the to be created Housing First plan and initiative, which involves allocating an annual plan for development of permanent supportive housing units throughout the city of Oxnard, plus a 5% allocation to administration. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution authorizing the submission of an application to the formula allocation for $6,950,574 to the Permanent Local Housing Allocation Fund and authorize the execution of the various grant agreements as required by that program, and authorize an administrative budget adjustment by finance upon award of that grant. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. And I would like to open up the public testimony portion of this public hearing. And we do have one speaker request, and that is Pat Brown, please.
Hi, Pat. We're on the first public
Hi,
hearing item.
Number one, the local housing allocation program grant application. I'm very much in favor of that. I think that's a wonderful thing to get some grant funds for local housing for low-income people, I hope. And the number two, the dwelling state law cannabis, I have no comment on that because if I had my way, there wouldn't be any cannabis, period. So, because of what it does to young people, and we can't prevent that because the parents won't. So those are the two items that I wanted to make comment on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with no further speakers, is that correct, Madam City Clerk?
That's correct.
Okay, I'd like to close the public testimony portion of this public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Okay, the public testimony portion of this public is now over. And I don't have requests to speak from members of the City Council. What is the pleasure of the council on this item?
Move the recommended action.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well, we'll always go with the ladies first. Mayor Pro Tem made the motion and seconded by Councilman.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Mayor Flynn,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez,
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua,
Yes.
Councilman McDonald.
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to the second of the two public hearings this evening. And that is under the Community Development Department. The subject, updates to Oxnard City Code Chapters 11 and 16 to create consistency with accessory dwelling unit state law, incorporate certain cannabis activities into the zone use tables, and correct typographical errors for Chapter 16, Divisions 10 and 11, and related to cannabis use, Chapter 11. The recommendation is that the City Council, 1, conduct a public hearing. 2, determine the zoning text amendments are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, otherwise known as CEQA, pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15061B3, and exempt under Public Resources Code Section 21080.17. And number 3, introduce ordinances by title only, waiving further reading, approving the ordinance, following ordinance amendments to the Oxnard City Code. Chapter 11, permits. Chapter 16, zoning code. A, Chapter 16, to create consistency with state accessory dwelling units, ADU legislation, planning and zoning permits number 20-580-03. Accessory dwelling units. And B, Chapter 11, related to cannabis uses, and Chapter 16, use tables and various typographical corrections, planning and zoning permits number 20-580-01. Industrial code 20-580-04. Cannabis. This was approved by the Planning Commission by a 5-0 vote. And before we have Mr. Lambert give a presentation, we'll ask the City Clerk to provide for affidavit of publication and written communications, if any. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. There was a legal notice for this public hearing published in Vita newspaper on July the 9th. The City Clerk's office has not received any written communication on this item.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to quickly introduce both Kathleen Mallory, who's our Planning and Sustainability Manager, and Scott Klowitz, who's our Planning and Environmental Services Manager. They will tag team the presentation. I'll turn it over to Scott first.
And good evening, City Council members. Thank you for having us tonight. So as Mayor Flynn just announced, we are here tonight to talk about various code changes to the ADUs, cannabis, and industrial code sections of the code. I'm going to try to go through this fairly quickly for you, but yet still comprehensively. So the project, as talked about, is really to change a few different sections of the Oxnard City Code, specifically Chapter 11 and 16. I'm not going to go into the details here because we just read through those, or Mayor Flynn just read through those, but we look forward to taking you through these different provisions. So over the past 3 years, the City Council has taken a number of actions that has implemented second units or accessory dwelling units in response to various state codes that have been adopted over the years. In addition, the City Council has taken on the cannabis regulations and added those to our code. And we have also completely revised the way that we do development within our central business district, removing that code entirely and replacing it with the downtown code, a form-based code. And we've also completely comprehensively replaced the industrial zones section within our city code. It was a big work effort to go through all those different things, and as a result of processing many of those things at the same time, there were some unintentional unintentional consequences of cross-referencing that happened between these various documents and codes. And the incorporation of state law has made us look at these codes and how should we update those. So the actions tonight are really to clean up the code to be consistent with state law and to make sure that these documents are internally consistent with one another and to correct some small typographical errors and formatting items that we found as we reviewed these items comprehensively. So I'm going to go take you through the journey of the accessory dwelling units and what we're calling the alignment. And then after I finish, I'm going to hand it over to Kathleen Mallory to talk to you about cannabis as well as our industrial code changes. So specifically, taking a step back in time here, in 2017, the city of Oxnard used to process what were called second units. We call those accessory dwelling units now. But second units by way of a special use permit. That was a discretionary action that the Planning Commission would weigh in on. Come to 2017, the state gave direction to jurisdictions that we needed to actually process those as by right items on properties that had a primary dwelling unit. So the city of Oxnard amended the code to be consistent with those regulations. But the state wasn't done, so they kept changing the regulations throughout 2018 as well as 2019 and created a number of different standards that we're now updating today. Some of the high points that you'll see is in 2018 they created a thing called the Junior ADU, which was an optional thing previously. Now that type of accessory dwelling unit has to be explicitly allowed by all jurisdictions, and I'll show you what that means in just a few minutes here. In addition, there were additional reductions to parking. There were provisions to allow accessory dwelling units within multifamily structures. There's an introduction of a 60-day permitting shot clock to make sure that jurisdictions are moving these along in a very quick manner. And there were removal of ownership occupancies in very narrow scenarios. So planning staff here worked with a variety of different designers and professionals who process the vast majority of the ADUs within Oxnard. And through that process and working with professional staff, we've come up with the provisions before you tonight. So if we take another quick step back and look at the number of ADUs that we've been processing in the city through 2018 through 2020, you'll see that there's a pretty even spread in the inland areas of the city where you can find accessory dwelling units. This slide really highlights in a little bit more specificity some of those changes that the state legislature directed us to implement. And of these, there's a couple that I think are maybe interesting for us to really highlight. If I looked at number 2, it's really allowing for both accessory dwelling units and junior accessory units to be built concurrently on the same property with an existing single-family home. What that does is it allows for the upwards of 3 units to actually be on what was traditionally considered a single-family property. If we jump down to number 4, there was efforts to further reduce parking requirements. The City of Oxnard's code, as currently adopted, pretty much mimicked what state law has recently done. So there's not too much that we're going to see in terms of changed parking requirements from what was previously on the books. And number 5, remove the requirement of a local jurisdiction saying that the ADUs needed to be occupied by an owner on the property. If I jump all the way down to the bottom of the list, number 9, the state legislature also now prohibits ADUs from being used as short-term vacation rentals. When we went through the ordinance amendment for short-term vacation rentals, we actually amended the code at that point in time to be specific that short-term vacation rentals could not be used as ADUs and vice versa. So as we look at parking requirements, essentially what the state has done is it's given direction to local municipalities that says if you have a property that's within a half-mile walking distance of a bus service or some other multimodal service, then you do not need to provide parking for your ADUs. So this map shows at a very high level, basically most of the city is exempt for ADUs to provide parking. As a pragmatic way, when we talk to potential applicants about ADUs, we do point out that there is no requirement that we have in our code for parking. However, we also point out some of the pragmatic aspects of providing it on-site, and we do look for opportunities for where parking can be provided. But ADUs, essentially, we've created a total of 9 different types of ADUs, but they basically fall within 3 different categories. One is to convert some sort of existing structure. A second process is to build an addition as an attached structure. And the third one is to create a detached structure. So I'm going to take you through some of these standards or slides and pictures of what this might mean. I'm not going to go into a lot of details in each one of these, but if the council wants us to go back to any of these diagrams, we can certainly have that walk with all of you. So type 1 ADUs are effectively a new detached structure would be constructed on a property. Typically this happens in the rear yard of a property. As indicated here in this graphic. This is what a detached ADU might look like in a back yard somewhere. Sometimes someone will have an existing structure in the back of their property. So a type 2A is converting that detached accessory structure into an accessory dwelling unit. And this might be some sort of workshop that had been converted into an accessory dwelling unit in a rear yard. Sometimes there's a conversion of an existing garage into an accessory dwelling unit. And when this occurs, while the ADU is unlikely to require additional parking, the parking for the primary dwelling unit does need to be replaced on site. Typically that'll happen in the driveway, but sometimes it happens in other places within the property. So this is an example of what a garage conversion ADU might look like within a given community. And then sometimes there's a scenario where someone will convert a structure which is not a residence into a residential unit, and then through that process will also introduce an accessory dwelling unit as part of the project. We recently had a project over on First Street over in La Colonia that had been proposed to do just this. It was a existing carpet store that was proposed to be converted into a residence, and then as part of that conversion, they also added the ADU as part of that process. And then sometimes we'll get an ADU that is attached to an existing structure. So in this one, we're imagining that it might be on the backside of a single-family home, and that might be something like this in terms of an image. But sometimes they actually are attached to the front of the house if the setbacks will allow it to be constructed in this manner. And then sometimes we get an accessory dwelling unit that is completely enclosed within an existing structure. So you can't really tell so much from the outside, but indeed it is its own standalone unit within the structure. And by a standalone unit, it has both a kitchen as well as a bathroom. That differs from type 5, which is the junior ADU. Junior ADUs are interesting creatures. And what I mean by that is it is a unit that's required to have a kitchenette within it. It is limited to a total of 500 square feet, but it's not required to have its own its own restroom facilities within the junior ADU. It can have it, but it's not required to have its own restroom. If it does not have its own restroom, then it has to have internal access into the rest of the unit, and there would be shared restroom facilities within the primary unit. There is some interest in these, and we'll continue to tally numbers in terms of how many of these we're actually seeing within the community. In addition, the state legislature threw us for a curveball last year where they introduced the concept of multifamily ADUs within multifamily structures. So generally speaking, the way that this works is that there would be some type of uninhabitable area, such as a storage area or a boiler room or some extra space like that, something that's non-habitable, that would be converted to a accessory dwelling unit. The ADUs within multifamily structures, we also now have to allow garages to be converted. Up to a total of 25% of the garages can be converted to accessory dwelling units. If that occurs within a multifamily development, then the developer would need to find replacement parking on site, but those replacement parking spaces do not need to be within garages. They could be open parking on the project site. In addition to that, the state legislature also allows multifamily properties to be developed with 2 detached accessory dwelling units on the project sites. And then there's type 7, which is a combined type of accessory dwelling unit development. And this is kind of a catch-all, if you will. If we have a single-family property that wanted to develop both a junior ADU plus one of the other accessory dwelling units that are allowed, you can do that per what the state legislature has recently done. So in effect, what this allows is the existing single-family home to be on the property, an accessory dwelling unit to be added to the property, and then the junior ADU to be added to the property. And again, that junior ADU, it can be completely separated in terms of internal connections from the rest of the primary unit, or it could indeed be completely, or have that internal connection. So seeing that that was rather complicated bit of legislation for us to vocalize and to make clear into code, we came up with a series of worksheets and worked with our local designers here to try to streamline a process so we can quickly look at a binary sort of checklist, if you will, for proposals to see if they comply with these regulations or not. And by and large, that process seems to be working fairly well. A developer would come to the public counter in a traditional open city hall prospect. They would come and talk to us at the public counter. In our current realm, we've been exchanging a lot of emails and holding occasional digital meetings with people to basically review proposals to see if they're consistent with these regulations. If an ADU is consistent with these regulations, then planning at that point in time stamps it with a zoning clearance, and we pass it along to the building and safety team to go ahead and review these for consistent with building code and fire code. And then building and fire essentially has a 60-day clock of actual review time to process these applications. One of the interesting things about ADUs is that all ADUs that are being processed in the city are likely to fall in the affordable price ranges. So as we look at our RHNA numbers, the amount of housing that we need to provide, a sizable number of our low and extremely low units might actually be covered by accessory dwelling units that we're processing. One of the things that we do want to point out is that the state requirements actually did go into effect as of January 1st of this year. We had been working with our, both internally with staff leading up to January, and then January through the start of the year, through March essentially, we were working with the design teams to make sure that we had a pragmatic approach to implementing these. And then we transitioned to actually crafting all the regulations and going before the Planning Commission, as well as the INCO Executive Board in June to share these concepts with them before finally coming to all of you in July. So some quick statistics to share with you. As we pointed out in 2017 and years prior to that, there was a process for second dwelling units to be processed by a special use permit, and we saw very few of those within the city. Come 2017, and the state changed the regulations to allow the by right, we started seeing an increase in the number of ADUs that were being requested within the city. And then 2020, we started seeing those numbers take off in a pretty significant way. When we brought this originally to the Planning Commission back on June 18th, we only had a total of 57 ADU applications that we had received by that point in time. When we released the staff report to you on July 7th, we had 63 ADU applications before us. And as of this morning, we have a total of 68 applications into us today. And if the amount of questions that we get about ADUs from our design professionals and members of the public are any indication, the number of ADU applications we get are not likely to slow down anytime soon. As one looks at this chart going from left to right, it essentially tries to show that we are not only receiving the applications, but we're processing these and granting both planning entitlements as well as building permits and then actual certificate of occupancies. And there are some situations where an ADU might have been applied for in a prior year, but not actually be granted or receive a building permit or a certificate of occupancy into the following year. So some of the numbers carry over from one year to the next in this chart. If you're interested, we included a breakdown of the number of ADUs that we're seeing. As you could see, the junior ADU one, which raises a number of eyebrows, we haven't seen too many of those at this point in time. The vast majority of our ADUs are either as attached or converted structures at this point in time. So in summary, the ordinance that we've provided to you today essentially is going to bring us current with state law. It is a complete replacement of the existing accessory dwelling unit regulations that we have and provides for these 9 different types of standards and introduces a 60-day shot clock essentially to the permit process. So with that, I'm going to stop and hand over the rest of the rest of the presentation to Kathleen Mallory, and then both Kathleen and I will be available for questions. So with that, thank you.
I'm going to be going over, council members, the cannabis cleanup items, and then also how we incorporated changes to the industrial code to reflect some improvements to make the industrial code a little more user-friendly, and also then to be covering some of the changes we made to reflect council's action in the industrial ordinance pertaining to cannabis. So when we went through it, we adopted the past few years 3 different cannabis ordinances which provided for where cannabis activities can occur within the city. Ordinance 2960, 2965, and then a subsequent ordinance 2972. With that, there were some sections that had reference to retail sales in cannabis and cannabis products not being permitted. So there was an amendment to that section noted 11454 triple G to remove that reference to clarify in the retail definition that cannabis was a permitted use. Additionally, section 11468 D1B, we removed an unnecessary reference. Through the adoption of the 3 different ordinances, there was a citation that needed to be corrected. It did not change any impact to any land use implications associated with cannabis. Additionally, Council took action to allow cannabis activities in the downtown core and downtown general zoning districts. Those were districts that were approved by council in the latter part of 2019. So included in our list of where cannabis can be permitted in our downtown code, we've listed downtown core and downtown general, that cannabis is permitted in those two downtown zoning districts, which is consistent with council's action in the latter part of 2019. Additionally, we added the reference, as I mentioned, into the actual downtown development code, where we would be permitting cannabis. So just to be clear, I apologize. What we did was, okay, now I'm off. Here we go. Just to be clear, in the actual cannabis ordinance under section 11473, we clarified that in the cannabis ordinance that downtown core and downtown general, the cannabis was permitted in those zoning districts, and that's within the cannabis ordinance in totality. And then in the actual municipal code pertaining to land use issues, in the downtown code is where we allowed cannabis retailer within the downtown core, DTC, and downtown general zone. So 2 corrections within our municipal code, one to section 11 or chapter 11, and another to chapter 16, section 16148. In terms of the industrial code, what we did was we have done some work to make the industrial ordinance a little more user-friendly. We've actually received pretty good feedback that the business community really likes how we've laid out the industrial code. We clarified within that, as I mentioned, the ordinance is listed. We clarified where cannabis activities were permitted to make it a little clearer visually that it was allowed. Testing, manufacturing, and distribution were allowed through the development design review permit, and we clarified that on the use table and then changed how that use table looked. And then also consistent with council action as reflected in the ordinance as mentioned, we allowed retail cannabis in the BRP zone with approval of a special use permit. And then there were some minor clerical typographic errors, a few typos that we figured we'd go ahead and fix as well within Chapter 16, the industrial provisions of the code. None of the changes before you pertaining to cannabis changed any land use impacts or any of the development standards or performance standards that council has previously adopted. So just to summarize, through the land use matrix, we incorporated previous actions that were approved by council pursuant to the ordinances mentioned there, 2960, 2965, 2972. We corrected some typographical errors and terminology to maintain internal consistency through both Chapter 11 as well as Chapter 16. And then we fixed some of the sequential ordering and numbering that had been errored through the adoption of 3 subsequent cannabis ordinances. And then we clarified where the cannabis uses could be permitted within the various sections in the city and within the zones as mentioned. Staff's recommendation this evening is to conduct a public hearing, determine that the zoning text amendments are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15061B3 and exempt under Public Resource Code Section 21080.17, and additionally introduce the ordinances by title only, waiving further reading, approving the following ordinance amendments to Oxnard City Code, Chapter 11 pertaining to permits, Chapter 16, which is the zoning ordinance, subsection A, Chapter 16, to create internal consistency with the state accessory dwelling unit legislation, as well as Chapter 11 pertaining to cannabis uses, and Chapter 16, the use tables and various typographical corrections as summarized this evening by staff to both the industrial code and also the cannabis citations within the Chapter 16 and 11. And as mentioned, Scott Kolwitz and I are also available here to answer any questions that you have regarding this matter tonight.
Thank you very much and for the presentation. And I'll just say, just for the record, because the public comments have already been accepted, this is a public hearing. And so anyone that wanted to have a chance or wants to have a chance to speak is able to do so. But it appears that we have no public comment cards. Is that correct, Madam City Clerk?
That's correct.
So I'm just going to go through the motions. I want to open the public testimony portion of this public hearing, and again say that anyone has a right to speak. They should have submitted their speaker card by 3 p.m. This afternoon. That doesn't appear to be the case. So I'll just close the public testimony portion of this public hearing and ask if for the vote. In other words, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right. Thank you very much. The public testimony portion of this public hearing is now closed. And now we're going to, I don't have any I don't have requests by members of the city council to speak. However, I just received one from Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem?
Just very quickly, I want to thank the staff for this work. Somewhat tedious, I'm sure, but very helpful and cleans it up and resolves any questions people might have or misspellings or whatever, confusion. So I appreciate that. I also think that I am pleased with the ADU permits. I wish that they weren't, I understand it's pretty expensive to do this, but we need so much housing, and this could be something really helpful to our community to provide some extra housing that, again, will not be used as short-term rentals and will be used for so much housing that we need. So I appreciate the work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Perillo.
Thank you very much for the report. I do have concerns on the accessory dwelling units. I understand the state has made mandates, but I have some specific questions with respect to the staff report. But before I get to the staff report, just some general questions. The pictures that were shown, were the pictures taken from local ADUs that have been built locally, and are the locations available for the public to get an idea what we're talking about?
Excuse me. Councilmember Perillo, no, those pictures were not from local jurisdictions. There's a series of handouts that are available from the state, the Housing Community Development, that we've borrowed pictures from them in particular.
Okay, well, thank you. If once these ADUs or junior ADUs are put on a piece of property and they are going to be used for a dwelling for whomever, will there be a business license required if there is rent collected and they are turned into rental units?
Councilman Perillo, Ashley Golden. The rule is not for one. I believe it's for 3 or more units is when you then need to have a business tax certificate. So if it's just 1 unit, they would not need one for the property.
Okay, thank you. On slide number 8.2, there was a question. I don't have it in front of me right now. If you could please pop up slide number 8. Come on. To be built, okay, allowing ADUs and ADUs to be built concurrently with new single-family dwellings. If we have a new subdivision coming into town and the subdivisions are being built to be sold complete, do we have the opportunity of somebody to come in and buy the subdivision and direct the two units to be built on that same lot?
The ADUs which will allow multiple ADUs to be built, the lots that allow multiple ADUs to be built on are primarily defined as ones that currently allow a single-family home. The rules and regulations in the ordinance are specific to our R1 and R2 properties in general. The areas that are currently covered by specific plans are not incorporated into the same set of regulations, and the coastal zone currently doesn't allow ADUs to be constructed. So we're really looking at single-family homes with pretty typical zoning standards. On those properties, if those were to be developed, then there could be the upwards of 3 ADUs that would occur on those individual pieces of property.
Because Scott, I'm asking the question for a specific reason. Showing the maps and the drawings that you had, a simple movement of the original primary residence on a lot would allow for more opportunities for where you could place an ADU in the backyard or side yard, or possibly an ADU and a junior ADU on the property. Will there be an opportunity for somebody coming in to buy a new development in the city of Oxnard to say they want that home as close to the street as absolutely possible, legally possible, so it allows them to have more room in the back? And at the same time, they could ask that we want 2 other units built at the same time. I mean, that's what how I read number 2. To be built concurrently, I think means at the same time.
Yeah, the short answer I would say is yes. It would assume that the single-family home, if someone is proposing it new, it's being built to current standards, meaning setbacks primarily. Setbacks identify the limits of how close you can get structural development to property lines. So as long as someone was building their new home within that box, and they could design it in such a way that it could accommodate the ADUs per the standards that have been handed to us by the state, then yes, they theoretically could build the single-family home, a attached or detached structure, or at the same time, as well as the junior ADU at the same time.
Thank you very much for that answer. And that gets into some of my basic questions from the staff report. On page 209 of the staff report, the second paragraph, the third from the bottom line, there is 3 words or 4 words, on one legal lot. Is there a definition in the city of Oxnard of a legal lot?
Yeah, a legal lot essentially means that this was a property that was created consistent with the laws, typically the Subdivision Map Act, at a particular time in history. Those rules and regulations have changed over the years, but in essence, it's a piece of property was developed consistent with state and local regulations.
So if we have someone who has a property that has if we have a piece of property that has not been developed because at the time it was not a legal lot, is there a possibility that now with these new rules, it would be a legal lot, or this has no connection at all?
No, there's no direct connection. By the creation of an ADU, it does not create a legal lot. You create a legal lot through a different mechanism using the Subdivision Map Act and our local subdivision regulations. This essentially would just limit the number of units that would be allowed on a legal lot. One of the reasons why we also put those words into the staff report is sometimes there's confusion between an assessor's parcel number and a legal lot. It's possible for a legal lot to have multiple assessor parcel numbers on it because people are trying to subdivide their, and I say subdivide in quotes, but subdivide their property in terms of uses for the benefit of property taxes.
Okay. Then we get to the meat and potatoes of my questions on this item. On page 208, on where it has the numbers under accessory dwelling unit update, and then it has numbers 1 through 10. On number 3, it says allows ADUs in all zoning districts that allow single-family housing and within non-habitable areas of multifamily structures. Would that be a void in the wall that can be broken into and now we can turn it into a habitable area?
No, what that effectively refers to is, the example that I gave is if you had a multifamily housing complex that had built, let's say, a large storage room, but the storage room itself wasn't required by code, that non-habitable area, it's not meant for human habitation, it's just meant for storing things. You can convert that area into an accessory dwelling unit would be the example that I would give.
Well, I think one of the items you just suggested was like a boiler room, if there was a boiler room.
Correct.
Once we convert the current, which will now become former boiler room, to a habitable unit, where does a boiler go?
That would be part of the juggling of an applicant to still provide standard heating systems through the rest of the property. they still need to, the entirety of the multifamily structure will still need to comply with the building code. But if they're able to do that and free up the space, then potentially they could put in an accessory dwelling unit in that location.
Okay, and then I think I'm getting to the very end here. On the same page 208, under descriptions, number 6, conversion of multifamily structure areas not used as livable spaces, and it's in parentheses, or semicolon, storage, passageways, attics, and garages, in parentheses. At least one ADU, not more than 2 detached ADUs, total ADUs not to exceed 25% of total multifamily units. When I envision attics, those are areas that are, people store, some things up there, and passageways. It could be an area when the builder decided, well, you didn't want to turn it into something, so we drywall and we screen it off, or storage. A room that's a storage room, or a larger room that's a storage room. We convert it into an accessory dwelling unit. It showed in the PowerPoint that there would have, at the minimum, the junior would have to have a kitchenette. The larger unit, I would assume, would have water, gas, and electricity. With some of these items that are being used, including garages, which do not have those things, and we have people living in basically illegal, code enforcement gets involved. It's an illegal habitable area. Are we going to give waivers, or is this maybe is a question for legal? How are you handling it when you have people that have properties that people are living in, and now there's an opportunity to come forward and convert it to a livable ADU, but they've been illegal all along? Is there going to be any kind of penalties, fines, payments, or whatever? I'm going here because just yesterday I get a very detailed letter, extremely well written letter from a gentleman who lives on East Poplar Street, Oxnard. And he's talking about the automobiles and the traffic and wants parking on the front yard and where are we going to put the cars. And I appreciate the presentation, a lot of detail, and I understand the state's cramming it down our throat. I understand that. But when they say you live within a half a mile of transportation, I don't see anything that looks even closely to resemble that if a person lives in one of these, they cannot have a vehicle. I don't see anything like that here. What is the plan for the city to deal with the issues of the cars, which is an explosive issue in various parts of the city? And I'm not talking about, lower income or higher income or east, west, north, south. It's an explosive issue in all parts of the city. I represent one of six districts, and it's an explosive issue in District 1. How are we going to tie this all together? Because as you've mentioned, a lot of people have applied, and I'm going, wait till the neighbors find out about this. Okay. So I'd appreciate your opinions or the city attorney's opinions, somebody, because I needed to get that off my chest.
Councilmember Perrella, thank you for that. Let me try to unpack that because there were a couple of things that were in those comments. So first off, we started talking about the non-habitable areas of multifamily structures. Any of those that would be proposed to be converted to an accessory dwelling unit would need to do two things. It would need to comply with the minimum standards, both as adopted by the state and as we're asking you to do today, in terms of size limitations and a whole other series of standards, as well as the building and fire codes. So that would be taking anything that would be substandard and non-habitable and converting it into something that would be standard and habitable. In terms of enforcement, if you will, for areas that have been non-habitable and people have been living in questionable areas, this presentation wasn't focusing on that aspect. We would continue to work with our code enforcement team to work with those situations as we find out about them, and then try to use the ADU process potentially as a carrot of bringing something that is substandard into again, something that's up to code. Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez asked about some of the cost of this. One of the things I do want to point out is by switching the ADU path from the current process that we had to the zone clearance process, the permit cost and the time that staff spends on these is considerably less. So in terms of a carrot and trying to get people to do the right thing and to have residences that are to code, up to code, we're providing the biggest carrot that we can in that aspect. Jumping to your last item that you were asking about, which is parking, while we are extremely limited in terms of areas that we could require parking, my staff on a regular basis is trying to search for opportunities to provide parking on site, specifically because of the ways that you bring up your concerns. But we can't require them at all. There is no requirement that individuals that are living within the ADUs are prohibited from having a vehicle. So it essentially becomes a vehicle that would need to be either on-site, off-site, or a choice that an individual makes that they simply are not going to have one. It's also possible that a property owner trying to manage their own property might have something within their own private lease agreement that states how many vehicles could be on site or accommodated by an individual. So that's the best way that I could probably address the individual comments. And if I miss something, let me know and I'll try to respond to that as well.
No, I'm very impressed. You covered all the bases. And I appreciate your candor. I would make this is something we could fight it, and I would not recommend that. I believe that would be a waste, in my opinion, of public funds. But I do believe that the neighborhood council, any board on any neighborhood council in this city, should be given a heads up of what is now possible in their neighborhood. It's not specific to any specific neighborhood, but I think all neighborhood councils need to know this, because when this starts to happen, that's the first place residents are going to turn to and expect an answer. And I think they need to be brought up to speed. I personally believe that the concept of providing housing is tremendously good, but I feel that the impact that it's going to have on neighborhoods is going to be tremendous. And I hope it's much more positive than detrimental, but I have my doubts. Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Thank you.
You're welcome, Councilmember Perrella. Just if I could respond to one other thing to share with you. We did share this presentation previously with the INCO before the Planning Commission, and we provided the PowerPoint to them as well to share with their neighborhood councils. So this same information we've been trying to get out to the public specifically for a heads up, if you will.
Well, I certainly hope that the INCO board, the executive board, takes this to heart and makes sure that all neighborhood chairs and board members get this information, because they're going to be dealing with it sooner than later. And thank you again.
Thank you very much. Councilman McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And my comments will be very similar to Councilmember Perella's. What caught my eye, and this is from sitting on VCTC, Gold Coast Transit District, Los Angeles Regional Rail Authority, and the Coast Rail Coordinating Committee, which are all transit-oriented boards. The thing that caught my eye was within a half mile around any of those potential sites that ADU parking is not required. And it seems to make the presumption that if they live in an ADU within a half mile of one of those types of sites, that they won't need a car. And I can tell you that on all four of the boards on which I sit to deal with transportation, the biggest conversation we have almost all the time is how do we entice people out of their vehicles and into our transit system to get their cars off the road. And yet every day you can drive down the freeway and see one person per car almost all the time. And the other question or comment that goes along with that is we're always examining our routes to see what we're making in terms of fare recovery. We call it fare box on the buses. The trains have a different term for it. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but and if the route is underperforming, it's not unusual for us to discontinue a route, shorten it, change it, or just dump it all together, depending on how it's working. And so if we allow an ADU exemption based on being within a half mile of one of those systems, and then that system changes, and all of a sudden they're not within a half mile of any of those systems. Does it then become existing non-conforming, or how do we deal with that? But I can see that being a long-term headache down the road, where the transportation agency, for whatever reason, makes changes, and we've already made an approval based upon prior service. I just don't know how we're going to deal with that.
Councilmember McDonald, you are correct. In that situation, that it would be considered a legal nonconforming aspect. If someone applied for an ADU today and did not provide parking because application of the rules means that they did not need it, and if the scenario changes where they would be further than a half mile, then that individual benefited from the rules and regulations and the baseline condition at the point in time that they applied for their permit.
And I appreciate that response. That was what I expected the answer would be, but I think we're setting ourselves up for a little bit of grief if we rely on a transit system being in the immediate area within a half mile, and then later on that transit system moves. Then we're stuck with a parking issue, because people are going to buy cars regardless whether they use transit systems or not. And I'm just a little leery about that, but I don't know if that's beyond our control, if that's a state mandate or what.
That is an item that the state has already mandated on us, so we're just being consistent with state law at this point.
And I can appreciate that too. You know, again, we have an organization that knows nothing about our community mandating certain things for us, and I don't like that, but I don't think there's a lot I can do about it. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I don't have any other additional speaker requests, just to double check on this item. Okay, I just want to thank the presenters, the staff, for doing a great job at trying to take this state law and this public policy that comes from the state of California and make it applicable to the city of Oxnard. So my comments that I'm about to make have nothing to do with the staff work. The staff work and the presentation is outstanding. This, members of the council, Mr. City Manager, and members of the public, this item that we have before us here this evening that's about accessory dwelling units is as a direct response to the housing crisis in the state of California, where it's estimated over the last decade or so that about 250,000 units that should have been built were not built. And we see that there is a housing crisis not only in Ventura County, but there's a housing crisis right here in the city of Oxnard. And we could also attribute a lot of the overcrowding in Oxnard to this housing crisis. However, as well-intentioned as I think the state lawmakers might have been, this policy, from my perspective, is a disaster. And in essence, it's taking residential single-family home neighborhoods and it's converting them into multiple family neighborhoods. We already have multiple family neighborhoods in this city, where families, because of affordability or the lack thereof, they're sharing 2 and 3 families sometimes, maybe even more, are sharing one single family home. And the thought is that with simple economics, if you build more, then with more supply, that's going to lower the price down. But the problem is that the demand is so pent up and the space is so limited that it makes this supply demand thinking, it kind of warps that thinking. It kind of defies that. Oxnard was not designed as an urban village. Oxnard was not designed as a city in Europe. The United States of America doesn't invest in public transportation like they do in Europe. And of course, I've spent a lot of time in Europe, and I admire how European cities are designed and how they're built. And I admire the fact that whether it's a bus or a train or whatever it might be, in Europe, you can get just about anywhere using public transportation. So I support that strongly. I support smart growth. And I think that our downtown corridor offers the greatest possibility for that. But we are not a European city. We're not we don't have an urban village, although we're looking in the future to build urban villages. Maybe the closest to that is River Park. this is a disaster on so many different fronts. If it were a case where you're building an accessory dwelling unit and maybe one or two people are going to go in there and live, maybe it's for your parents, maybe it's for grandparents, maybe it's for an aunt or uncle, who knows, or it could be a family friend, who knows what that is, then maybe it's not as bad as one would think. But what this is doing, members of the council, Mr. City Manager, members of the staff, and the people listening, what this is doing is it is only going to make the overcrowding in Oxnard, people living on top of each other, worse. And, I live in a neighborhood, the historic district, where I have a neighbor just right around the corner from me, and it's on Palm Drive. And he has a house next door to him that has this very same scenario of multiple accessory dwelling units that were built, largely speaking, before they were ever allowed. And next door to him, the family that I know, it's a husband and wife. Next door to them are 28 people in a lot that is about maybe 6,000 square feet. 20, and sometimes they don't even know how many people are there. And at one point, the landlord allowed people living in the attic until that was discovered by code compliance, and they stopped that. But I'm talking about legitimately 28 people live next door to him. And I don't know if there's anybody on this city council. It's one thing to live next door to an apartment building and there's adequate space. There's a park across the street. I mean, it goes on and on and on. But what we're doing by approving this evening is we're converting residential neighborhoods into multifamily neighborhoods. And we are acquiescing to, on the one hand, that a state law that has good intentions, but is an absolute disaster for communities like Oxnard. And I'm a positive person. I want to see good things happen. I know that we have instances where families are able, especially a young couple starting out and things like that, they're able to rent one of these accessory dwelling units, and that's how they get their start in life. I don't have a problem with that. I think it's great, and it offers them opportunity. But what's happening in these homes is, in essence, now that we've taken the ownership requirement away from it, so instead of the owner having to live there, the owner is just going to continue packing in people. And these are people that I hate to say to my colleagues are ethically challenged. They're really ethically challenged because they're out for profit and nothing else matters them to profit. And it compromises the quality of life in every single neighborhood in this city. Every single neighborhood is being compromised by this. And it also, here we're looking at a sales tax measure, and it's been my position as the chairman of the Finance and Governance Committee that one of the reasons why we have such a fiscal imbalance and a fiscal gap is because property taxes aren't keeping up with the demand for services. This is going to widen, this is going to continue to widen the gap. It's going to widen the gap where we're going to add even more people. And yes, it's true. If you add an accessory dwelling unit, your property is going to be reassessed, and there will be some property taxes that will be devoted to that. But if it turns out to be like my neighbor right here on Palm Drive, nobody can tell me that the property taxes that owner is paying sufficiently to provide the services to those people. And the other thing I want to say about this is that this act by the California State Legislature compromises the altruistic value of properly managed density, because when density is managed properly, it is a good thing. I lived in San Francisco, California. I've lived in many other cities, and it's brilliant. The transportation system, like Councilman McDonald just mentioned, it's brilliant. And the buses, there's a lot of buses, and they have buses that run on time. Same thing in Europe, and you have a lot of density. And you also have, by the way, in San Francisco, you have parking permit programs, because there's just absolutely no way you could do it any other way. And even though we're trying to get people out of the automobile, does anyone here in this room, on this council meeting, does anyone think that the way this city is laid out, which is not an urban village, which is not smart growth, which is not like it is in Europe and what we might be able to do downtown. Does anybody here think that all of us are going to be able to get out of the automobile, or that we will get out of the automobile? I see the greatest hope for that in the downtown, building up downtown, access to walking to the train station. That is brilliant, and that I hope is going to work. But I just this is one of the very rare occasions where I'm just in a revolt mood about the California State Legislature. They're trying to meet a urgent need of providing housing for people, and one can make the argument, well, Mayor Flynn, it's either you support this or you're going to continue to have more overcrowding. Does anybody in this body, this legislative body, really think that this act and the California State Legislature's act is really going to alleviate more overcrowding, especially in Oxnard? I don't think it will. I wish it would. And if I knew, as much as I'm against this, if I knew this would alleviate overcrowding in Oxnard, I would just say, wait a minute, the higher good is there. We're going to eliminate overcrowding, unsafe living conditions. It's going to be a higher quality of life. So I'll just end by saying one of the most redeeming things about living in a city with high density is that people have access to parks. So if you live in New York City, there's some of the most amazing parks in Manhattan and all of these places. If you live in Europe, they have these huge parks. And when we take away the setbacks, when we try to take every single space and we say, you can develop this, what we're doing, and not provide adequate recreation, in other words, open space for people, it's also working against us. And I just, this is really, really bad public policy. It is bad public policy. And I want to say that I am strongly opposed to this, even though I know it's a state mandate. And this does not reflect anything on the city staff. Outstanding presentation. They really worked with it. But this is compromising quality of life, not just in Oxnard, but all throughout the state of California. So I'll just end by that. And I'm hoping as an optimist that something can be done to deal with, and I didn't even get into parking, and I won't even touch parking, but I want to just say to my colleagues, I'm hoping it's not going to be as bad as I think it's going. But if we look at history, we see what's happened. So I'll just go ahead. I know that some of my council colleagues have also requested to speak. We'll start with Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilman Pro.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to briefly say something. I want to say I do know we already have a serious overcrowding situation. Many people I know, low-income folks, have families totally stuffed into one room of a 4-bedroom home because there simply isn't enough housing out there. And whatever there is, they cannot afford it because of their income. So the wages that people get, their income is also a problem for us. But I really disagree with you about your comment about this more or less being a disaster. I think that if this is a way actually for homeowners to actually hold on to their property when they are on fixed incomes or they have a downturn in their income, because they will be able to, first of all, perhaps just keep a relative there that otherwise would have to live in an overcrowded situation, or they would actually be able to rent these places. And I would hope, and I really would hope and expect that anybody that rents out an ADU will be ethical. It remains to be seen that I would not paint these folks with the same brush that they're going to be unethical and gouge people. People are already living overcrowded. We have a lot of people on the street. And this was a measure actually by law, actually, as you say, forced on us by the state because cities have not done what they needed to do to provide the incentives, the zoning, the groundwork for people to build. And I don't want to see overcrowding. I don't want to see people jammed up, but I do think this is a small measure. I look forward to more multi-unit housing downtown where people can walk to our whatever amenities we can get down there, as well as to the train station. But I would ask you to be a little bit more optimistic about the folks who are building and investing in our city, investing in their homes. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Prill.
Excuse me. I'd like to ask a question of the city attorney. If the council takes an action to oppose this, what's the ramifications? Please.
So if the council introduces this matter, let me get to the recommendation. You're introducing the ordinance that's been walked through by staff, and most of the deliberation has focused on the ADU side of it, but all of the other issues that were presented by staff, that would be introduced, and the ordinance would come back for a second reading at a subsequent meeting, presumably your meeting of July 29th, for adoption. And then it would go into effect 30 days after that. September 1st that's when it's set for? Okay. I stand corrected. So it will be brought back for second reading, should it be introduced tonight at that September 1st meeting.
Okay, thank you. My question is, what happens if it is not introduced? What happens if this goes down to defeat tonight? What happens with the relationship of the state and the city of Oxnard? What is the ramifications to the city of Oxnard?
Well, Mr. Rozelle is coming up, but there will be repercussions if we do not implement state law as required.
Because I don't support this, but I do know that the big shot in the room is the state of California, and I don't see wasting city money fighting this if it's a losing battle. I mean, I can make a political grandstanding statement and say no and over my dead body type stuff, but if it's a done deal and we have nowhere to go, this has to be approved by the city of Oxnard. I think we should be told that by our legal staff that we don't have a choice. Literally, the city, each council member will have a choice.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, I'm happy to address this issue.
Thank you.
The state, in all of its infinite wisdom, has imposed these ADU regulations on cities throughout California. They are draconian. Cities throughout California are complaining loudly about the impacts they have, but it's the law, and if the City Council chooses not to elect this, there's several things will happen. First, we would be preempted by the state, so these regulations could be imposed upon us. And second, if we don't comply with these regulations, then we risk losing housing funding, which is made available to cities that comply with regulations, including ADU regulations. So it can be done, but there would be severe consequences if that happened.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rozelle. I really appreciate that. I think that's a significant part in the deliberation of this council. And with that, I also want to thank Mr. McDonald for bringing up the information that I was unaware of, how the transportation component and the route changing. Brian, I really appreciate you bringing that up and sharing that with the council and the public. Thank you, Mayor. Those are my comments.
Mr. Mayor, I have one additional comment.
Yes, Councilman McDonald.
I really don't like this at all. And this is not staff's fault. It's the state's fault for shoving something down our throat, but this is what happens. My other problem is if I don't support this, it also dramatically affects the cannabis regulations that we've worked so hard to get. I don't think you got the whole edge of that envelope, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Try looking at it again.
Okay.
We've worked so hard to bring cannabis in line and do that. And then, to not support this is going to throw a wrench in that works too. So we're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard spot, a state mandate and trying to also resolve other stuff so businesses can move forward. And I'm a firm believer in business coming to the city, being prosperous and creating jobs. And that's, I'm sorry, my alarm just went off. I'm going to have to support this. I'm not going to like supporting it. I'm still opposed to it, but it's something unfortunate I think we have to do because of state mandates and other obligations. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further comments by members of the council? All right. What's the pleasure of the council?
I'll move the recommended action.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem and a second, please.
Second.
A second by Councilman Madrigal.
Councilman McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello.
Muted.
Unmuted.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Mayor Flynn.
No.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua. Was that an aye?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The motion carries 6-1.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll go forward on the agenda. And let's see here. We are on now under reports, and we're still on page 5 of the agenda. And the very first report is under the City Attorney Department, and that is subject authorization for one member of the City Council to sign the ballot argument for city measure entitled the City of Oxnard 911 Safety, Medical Response, Financial Recovery, and Accountability Measure, and determination of whether the City Council or authorized members of the City Council will sign ballot arguments against one or more measures that will be on the November 3rd, 2020 ballot. The recommendation is that the City Council authorize one member of the City Council to sign the ballot argument for the city measure entitled City of Oxnard 911 Safety, Medical Response, Financial Recovery, and Accountability Measure. 2, determine if the council wishes for all members of the City Council to sign the argument against the ballot measure and or rebuttal argument, or if the City Council wishes to authorize one or more members of the City Council to file a written argument against the ballot measure entitled, quote, expediting processing of certain city-issued development permits if projects meet specific requirements and project applications are filed by specified professionals who have received required training pursuant to the new program. Program includes audits of approved permits and appeals of certain denied permits and adverse certification actions of specified professionals to newly created appeals board to the City Council. And 3, if one or more of the 4 ballot measures currently the subject of litigation in the Ventura County Superior Court are ordered to be placed on the November 3rd, 2020 ballot, determine if it wishes to authorize the City Council as a whole or one or more authorized members of the City Council to file a written argument against the ballot measure or measures, if any, that are ordered to be placed on the ballot. And this item will be presented by, I believe, Mr. Fisher, the City Attorney. Mr. Fisher?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Rozelle is going to present this item.
Thank you.
Good evening again. The item that's before you this evening relates to ballot arguments under state law. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Under state law, the City Council or one or more designated council members may place a ballot argument for or against a measure that's on the ballot. Now, when the mayor read the recommendation, it referenced 2 different ballot measures. The first one under item 1 is Measure E, the City of Oxnard 911 Safety, Medical Response, Financial Recovery, and Accountability Measure, which is the 1.5 cent sales tax. And number 2 relates to the expedited processing for permits. And item 3 referenced 4 other potential ballot measures that are out there. Since this staff report was drafted 12 days ago, 3 new ballot measures have been placed on the ballot. That's what the council did this past Friday. Briefly, they were regarding the expansion of the duties of the city treasurer, The number 2 is early termination of Measure O, and number 3 is new requirements for the ways that city meetings are run. We recommend tonight that you go over each of these 5 ballot measures and then take a separate vote on what your pleasure is as it relates to it. So the first one, Measure E, the new sales tax, we recommend that the city designate one of its council members to submit an argument in support of the sales tax measure. And then as to the other 4, the council makes a determination going one by one, whether the entire council or members of the council wish to sign the ballot arguments against these measures. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and then I would recommend that you go forward with the individual vote as to each of these 5 ballot measures.
Okay, very well. So we do have several speakers, and I want to be able to call those speakers first before we make any comments or ask questions. So why don't we go ahead and call the very first speaker, who is Pat Brown, to be followed by Lucy Cartagena, to be followed by George Miller, please. Those are the 3 speakers. Pat Brown, please.
Hello?
Hi, Pat. We're on item L1. You have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Yes. This is another tricky piece on the agenda. And they have pluses and minuses to the point where I'm just going to say that the city council members should vote the best way that they can, because I don't see any good or bad or anything coming out of it if we try to fight the thing or change it. So I think we need to just go along with the program, unfortunately, just like on the last one. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker, Lucy Cartagena, to be followed by George Miller, please.
Hi, Lucy. We're on item L1. You have 3 minutes to address the council. Please begin.
Hey, I wanted to talk about the budget, that new initiative you guys are trying to implement for the November ballot. I really don't understand what the hurry is and why it's so illegally done, why you guys just can't follow the letter of the law and let the public have an input. And the second part I don't really understand is you can't blame COVID for everything. Alex Nguyen was talking about this, making a tax initiative back in the River Park budget talks last year. And then later on, he still asked on the dais, had the nerve to ask Aaron Starr to implement it. And yet here we are. So I don't know why we want to blame COVID to illegally fast track this initiative. It's not worded right. There's no oversight. You can tell just by looking at it. It's just very vague. So it's going to be another Measure O slush fund for the city. Plain and simple. Either you guys take it back, word it right, be precise on the wording where it can say what exactly the monies are going to be used for. If not, let the public talk about it. And I guarantee you're going to bring it up and put it in our mailers, and you're going to gloss it up and manipulate it and lie about it and try to shove it down our throat yet again to come back for us to regurgitate your life. And it's going to be on our dime. And you keep using Huntington Beach and other cities that do not even compare to the city of Oxnard because our diversity is totally different. We don't compare to other cities. We just don't. So stop lying about that. Stop acting like we do, because those cities actually work. And I really think there was another way that you guys, with your MBAs and all that money and education attached to those employees, could have figured out a way how to make our budget work like other cities. But this is just the easy way out, and it only hurts the colored and the poor. That gentrification shit is real. It's only hurting the color and the poor, and you're a part of it. Whoever signs off on it better not be trying to run for anything else. Bye.
Thank you very much. And let's see here. And the last speaker is George Miller. Please.
Hi, George. You're live in the council meeting. You have 3 minutes to comment on item L1.
Very good. Thank you, Michelle. Good evening, council, staff, and the public. Here we are again on the ballot measures. Keep in mind, as you're writing these arguments, that you're basing them on ballot language, which is illegally written in the first place. We covered that last week. It is prejudicial. I've researched it, and it appears that it really is, in spite of the statements to the contrary by our attorneys and council people. I would recommend you have multiple language ready, because you might be challenged, not only before the election, I'm not sure of all the legalities on that, but after the election as well. Ballot language can be challenged much more easily based upon new laws up to 6 months after the passage of that. I will be looking into that, and if there's any legal way to do that, I may be involved in any proceedings, and I encourage any of the public interest in that to contact me. The next question is about the deadline. I'm not sure that the deadlines were legally moved. I know COVID was the excuse. I'm not sure it was a valid excuse. Now that we have the ballot language done, I'm not sure what the cycle of time is now to write the arguments and the counter arguments and approve them all. That would seem to get right into the ballot printing schedule, and I'm not sure if that can be physically done. Those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the speakers on this item. And I'm just checking here. So I don't, let's see here. Councilman Perello, did you text me on this one or the previous one?
Yes. I'd volunteer to sign the item number 1, authorize one member of the city council to sign the ballot argument for the city measures entitled City of Oxnard 9/11 Safety, Medical Response, Financial Recovery, and Accountability Measures. I volunteer to sign that, to be the single councilman to sign it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilman Perello. I would just like to say this. The statement that Measure O is a slush fund, I would like to remind our public that Measure O actually saved essential city services. It wasn't quite enough to save everything, like our parks and our staff. And, you know, last year we had such a dreadful time making budget cuts. And COVID is not the excuse. The excuse is, it's not an excuse. It's the reason that we're in this situation is that expenses are growing and our revenue is shrinking. And we, like other cities, need to take advantage of the ability to charge a penny and a half more in sales tax so that we can provide the services. Last year, if we did not have Measure O, we would have lost perhaps a whole fire engine, and more people might have been laid off. And that is the situation we're facing. It's quite likely that the state of California will remove the ability for cities like ours to charge a sales tax from city purchases or people who make purchases in the city. And the state will get that, and then we will have to be begging and trying to get that funding for our essential services. This is not a slush fund. This is an emergency fund that we desperately need for our essential services. So I really appreciate Councilman Perello being willing to be that signatory. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I don't have any further requests from members of the city council, unless there are any. And if that is not the case, then I would ask for a motion on this item.
I'd make a motion that I, Bert Perello, sign as a single member for item 1 under the recommendation. I make no recommendations for 2, 3, 4. I mean for 2 or 3, but item 1.
I'll second that.
Okay. And this is just for item 1. Is that correct, Councilman Perello?
Yes.
Okay. The vote, please, Madam City Clerk. We'll take each one separately.
Councilwoman Basua?
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal?
Aye.
Councilman McDonald?
Yes. Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perello?
Yes, and I'd like to say the comment about Measure O, the slush fund, every one of the expenditures of Measure O was approved in a public meeting by council. Thank you. Vote yes is my vote.
Mayor Flynn?
Aye.
The motion carries 7-0.
Okay, and now we'll go to item number 2, and it's to determine if the council wishes for all members of the city council to sign the argument against the ballot measure and or rebuttal argument, or if the city council wishes to authorize one or more members to file a written argument against the ballot measure. So let's just go to each council member to find out what that actually is. We're going to start with Councilman Madrigal.
I'm fine with whatever. I think if we all sign it, would be great. If not, well, then we could have that discussion as well. But as of right now, I think we should all sign.
Thank you. Councilwoman Basua.
I think that as long as we all agree, we should all sign. That's it.
Very well. Mayor Pro Tem.
I would like to, I support signing it all. It'd be great if we all did. These measures, I just want to encourage the people of Oxnard to really learn what they would mean to the city if they were to pass and go into effect. We really have some very, I would say almost catastrophic consequences. And I really appreciated what Councilwoman Basua said a couple of weeks ago about the reckless nature of these measures. So be an informed voter, be an informed resident, know what you're voting for and what the consequences are to your city and our quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see, Councilman McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My only question would be, if we all sign, does that remove the ability for other people to sign? And the reason I ask that is I've had several groups reach out to me, said that they would be interested in signing on some ballot discussion or ballot argument or whatever as a community member in support of the city or what have you. So I don't know if there's a limit on the number of signatures on each item in terms of everyone signing.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, if you recall what we did for Measure B, when all the members of the City Council wanted to sign on, 5 of you agreed to sign the ballot argument and 2 agreed to sign the rebuttal. So you can do it that way. You could name 2 or 3 people to sign the argument, 2 or 3 or more to sign the rebuttal. However you want to mix and match, as long as at least one council member is designated.
I believe that name one primary.
I'm sorry. I believe that does allow for community members as well. Yes, absolutely. In order for the city to control the ballot argument, the council as a whole or one council member has to be designated by the council to sign, and then the balance could be selected. So you need at least one. You, of course, can go up to 7 with, as I mentioned, the mix and match for the argument and the rebuttal.
So my question then would be, if we just designate one person, such as Councilmember Perello, and I'm not saying he has to do it, but then the ability is there for us to add more of our signatures in if we choose, or community members if we choose, correct?
That is absolutely correct. So for Measure E, that Councilmember Perrello is signing, that gives the opportunity for members of the community that would support Measure E to sign the ballot argument in favor, as well as the rebuttal argument. And the same holds true for the permit simplicity and the other three ballot measures that we'll go over here momentarily.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, fine. And let's see, Councilman Pro.
I personally think that the, having been reached out by members of parents groups, school districts, organized labor, some, I don't know if they call them organized taxpayers groups, neighborhood councils, I think we should have a very good mix on these arguments. It shouldn't all be council members, is my opinion. I will sign on, but I think we need to maximize the impact of the voice that is being put out. We're representative of the city of Oxnard residents, and there are residential groups and components of the city that wish to sign because they want to challenge these things. They do not think they would be good for our city.
Thank you very much. And finally, Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you. I agree with Councilmember Perrello. I think it would be better to have a mix of signatures, and I'm happy to sign on either to the argument or, if needed, the rebuttal.
Thank you very much. And I'm a supporter of all of us signing it, and it does seem to be a consensus on that. But so would someone like to make a motion then on 2 that we all sign it? Would someone like to make that and second that?
Mr. Mayor, I would rather see just one of us be designated to sign it and then leave us the flexibility for whoever is available to do the rest of it. And I believe we can do that way.
Oh, okay. All right. Do you want to make that motion, Councilman McDonald?
I will make that motion.
Okay.
Second.
Second for Councilmember Lopez. And the vote, please.
Through the chair, just so I can be clear, was Council Member Lopez the designated signatory? There was some crosstalk I couldn't hear.
It was not identified.
So for purposes of state law, you would need to identify or designate, excuse me, at least one individual. Yeah,
Okay,
as we go down each measure, you would.
Let me modify my motion then. If V&A would be willing to do it, V&A, are you willing to do it?
I am. Thank you.
Then I would modify my motion to make her the designated person.
We're going each one. Okay, I apologize. My understanding was we were just on the permit.
Expedited processing of certain city-issued development.
Okay, so we're just on that first one.
Well, item number 2 includes.
No, that's.
I'm sorry. Now I'm off.
I've been
Yes,
off
you are correct, Councilmember McDonald.
Okay.
So that would be my motion for item number 2, that Councilmember Lopez be the designated primary person.
Okay. And then our second again.
Second, yes.
Second by Councilmember Lopez. The vote, please, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Aye.
Mayor Flynn.
Aye.
Councilman McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello.
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
The motion carries 7-0.
So the next measure would be the expansion of duties of the city treasurer. So if there's a desire to designate one or more members to sign a ballot argument in opposition to this measure.
Okay.
Or all of you.
Or all. So is there anyone here that would like to make a motion on that? No motion?
I'm happy to make that motion.
Okay, and then that motion, Mayor Pro Tem, I would imagine would include at least one designated council member, or is that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Through the mayor, we would need to designate that particular council member who is willing to sign this ballot argument and who would be designated as such.
And Mayor, if I can speak up. There's a political game going on, and fellow council members, some of us will be standing for election, some of us will not. I am not standing for election. Ms. Lopez has put her neck out there. She's standing for election. Those of us that are not standing for election to return to the city council should consider, and including those that will not be on the council no matter what happens in November. So that's my view. I need to share that with the public and my fellow council members. I can't sit here and shut up.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, you made a motion, and did you, are you the one that would like to be the second?
I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to put my name on it.
Okay, and do we have a second?
I don't think happy is the right word. I'm determined to put my name on it because it's such a terrible idea.
Okay.
So, and so we can be clear for the record, Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez would be designated by the City Council as the signatory for the ballot argument.
Yes. And then do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Lopez. The vote, please, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Perillo.
Yes.
Councilman McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Councilwoman Basua.
Aye.
Mayor Flynn.
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Aye, and I'd like to say apparently the women are not worried about any consequence. We're just going to do what we need to do. Aye.
The motion carries 7-0.
Okay, the next item would be the ballot measure for the early termination of Measure O.
Okay. Let's, go around the horn here. Is there a motion on this one? We don't need to repeat that. We know what the drill is on this.
Mayor, I'll make the motion and I will volunteer my name for that one if there's no issue with being the signatory on more than one.
There doesn't, Mr. Roselle, it's not a problem with that. Is that correct?
There would be no legal issue with Councilmember Lopez being the designated signatory for one or more ballot measures.
Okay.
But Mayor, I think it should be spread around. Another terrible initiative.
Yeah.
Mayor, you're not going to be here next year. You're not going to be here. Ms. Bastua is not going to be here. She will be here. You guys have basically safe. You've got to pass, Ms. Basua. This is the time.
I will go ahead and sign.
Thank you very much, Ms. Basua. I'll make that motion. Ms. Basua is the designated signer.
Well, wait a minute. She said she would sign. Okay, Councilman Perillo made the motion that Councilwoman Basua would be the signer on that. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman McDonald. The vote, please, Madam City Clerk.
Councilman McDonald.
Aye.
Mayor Flynn.
Aye.
Councilmember Perillo.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Basua. Thank you.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Councilwoman Basua.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
And the final item is the ballot measure that's generally referred to as the new requirements for the way in which meetings are run, or the Roberts Rule of Order item.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the council on that item?
Mr. Mayor, I would volunteer to do that. So I would
Okay.
make that motion.
All right. We have a motion by Councilman McDonald, and he would be the signer on that one. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Madam City Clerk, the vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Aye.
Councilwoman Basua.
Aye.
Mayor Flynn.
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Councilman McDonald.
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Councilmember Perillo.
Yes.
The motion
Thank you.
carries 7-0.
Okay. Now we have item 3. If one or more of the 4 ballot measures currently the subject of litigation in Ventura County Superior Court are ordered to be placed on the November 3rd, 2020 ballot, which they have been, and we've placed them on the ballot. Determine if it wishes to authorize the city council.
Mr. Mayor, we've already addressed this issue. I
Okay,
apologize.
by the four. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yes, my earlier confusion is infecting you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so we just did that. I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay, so with that final vote, this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you.
Be safe.